Hello everyone, welcome back to today's video tutorial. We are going to the another journey through JavaScript wonders. Today we are going to explore the magic of dynamically manipulating CSS in the document object model. So buckle up as we evaluate our website with dynamically CSS in JavaScript. So first of all, I am create the simple HTML structure containing a div with the ID dynamic elements. So let's create. So first time create the h1 tag. Okay, first time create for h1 and then create for your website with dynamic CSS. So it's our. Then I am create the div class. So just I am create is div method and then closing, and now I'm create the div ID is for dynamic element, and then create is hello dynamic CSS. So now I'm create the button for button and closing, and now I am create for button for on click method is the change color and then parenthesis, and then now I am create the in this button is the change and color. So complete the HTML code, and then I am create the main coding for dynamic css.js. So now first time create the accessing element for dynamic CSS. So first time create the constant and then create for dynamic element. Dynamic element is equal for document dot get element by ID. So then parenthesis for single quotations is for dynamic element and then semicolon. And now I am create the applying initial styles for. Now I am create for dynamic element dot style dot for background color is background color, and then is equal for single quotation is light blue, and then semicolon. And now I'm again create the dynamic element dot style dot color is equal for single quotation is dark blue, and then semicolon. And complete is the applying initial styles, and now I am create. So save this code and run. Okay, as you can see the result is printed. So now it's not change color, but I'm not declare the in this element. So now I'm create the changing CSS on button click. So first time create the functions and create for change color. It's change color and then parentheses, then curly braces and create for constant and then create for random color. Random color is equal for get for get it's random gets random color and then parenthesis and semicolon. And now I am create the dynamic element dot style dot background color is equal for random color then semicolon. And this is the changing CSS on button click. Save this code and run again. So it's not created, so I am also create the is helper functions to generate random color. So now I am create for again functions and then create for get random color and then parentheses and again curly braces. So first time create is constant and then create for letters is equal for single quotations is 1 2. So I'm start is 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and create is the A B C D E F. Okay, then semicolon and now I'm create the let color and is equal then hash and then semicolon and now I'm create the for loop then create for is let I equal is 0 then I less than 6 semicolon and I for increment and then again for curly braces and create for color is increment equal then letters for math dot floor and then parentheses for again math and dot for random then parentheses and multiplication is 16 and then semicolon. And now I am create the return type value. Return is color. Okay, then semicolon and save this code. And now I am created the css.style.css file. So now I am create for is hash and the create is dynamic element and then curly braces is for transition. Okay, transition is background color and then 0.5 second and is z. Okay, and then semicolon. So complete the style.css file. So save this code, and in this code is again save. So this style.css file to add a touch of elegance. So let me run this code. So as you can see, the result is, so to add a touch of elegance, we include a CSS transition is properly in our style sheet. So this will smoothly animated change to the background color over 0.5 second with easy timing functions. So it's created the perfectly random number and random color is generated. So, in this tutorial, I'm discuss the and create for our website with dynamic CSS. So, it's we are explored the world of dynamic CSS in JavaScript from accessing element to applying the style, changing properties dynamically, adding animations, and even making our website responsive. So possibilities are endless and your website are about to get a whole lot more dynamic. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are unlocking the full potential of the HTML document in JavaScript, a dynamic canvas that allows us to manipulate and enhance our web pages. So join me in harnessing the power of HTML document in JavaScript. So first I am created the HTML document. So let's set up our code playground. Here's a simple HTML structure linked to our HTML document.js file. So now I am the main program created in this HTML document .js file. So first I'm accessing the document. So at the core of our exploration is accessing the document object. So it's like having the master key to our web page. So first I'm created the accessing document. So first create is contact and then create is for its create is document object, then equal for document and then semicolon, and now I am create is for console dot log and parenthesis for document object then semicolon. So in this code means here we access the document object and logged into the console. The document object represent the entire HTML document and serve as the entry point for our JavaScript interactions. So now I am creating the modifying the document. So once we have access to the document object, we can modify our web page dynamically. So it's like wearing a powerful editor for our HTML. So now I'm creating the modifying document. So first time create is for document and that create is title and then create is for new is single quotation inside for new title and then semicolon, and now I'm create for document dot for get element by id is the single quotation for main heading and then create is for dot text content is equal for then single quotation is the Rating its document. Okay, then semicolon. And now in this code means we are changed the title of the document and updated the text content of the heading. The document object allow us to make for real-time change to our page. So now I am also creating element. So now I am create for constant and it's constant. Then create for new paragraph. New paragraph is equal for document dot for created element is single quotation for P, then semicolon, and now I'm create for new paragraph dot text content and is equal for single quotations A new paragraph has been added. So then semicolon, and now I'm again create the document dot body dot append child is for new paragraph, then semicolon. So save this code and let me run this code, and it's, as you can see, the result is hello document. So it's created a new paragraph element, set its text content and appended with the body, so document dynamically grow and shape our web pages. So now I am also created the querying elements in this tutorial. So now I am first created the constant and then create is the first paragraph. First paragraph is equal for document dot query selector is P and then semicolon, and now I'm create is the first paragraph is dot for style is dot for color and is equal for single quotation is blue and then semicolon. And now I'm last on create the events and document. So now I'm create is document and dot create for get element by ID and then create for single quotation is main heading and then create for dot add element listener, then create a single quotation inside is click and then create is the parenthesis and then create is equal left right shift, then create is for curly braces and inside is this, and now I'm create the alert method and then create for a single quotation is heading clicked and then last one semicolon and it's semicolon. So save this code and this code the clicked append clicked. So let me run this code, and as you can see the result is, so I am again create is this something is, so document, it's document.get element by id, main heading, alert listener is contact, first paragraph document for query selector is p, and first paragraph styled color is blue, and then create again save, and in this is save, and again run. So this is, I am just again check it this. So in this code I am just check this why is problem. So in this, so get document element, and again save this code, and in this code save, and let me run this code, and okay, as you can see the result is printed. A new paragraph has been color is blue. So in this tutorial, and there you have it, the in our journey into the harnessing the power of the HTML documents in JavaScript. So from accessing and modifying the document object to creating and querying element and added interactivity with element. The HTML document is like our interactive canvas, and JavaScript is the paintbrush that brings it to life. So the harness the power of the document object in your project, and may your web page be filled into dynamic possibilities. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are embarking on a journey to master HTML elements with JavaScript. So our code will breathe life into the static HTML, allowing us to dynamically interact and manipulate the elements on our web page. So join me in mastering HTML elements with JavaScript. So first of all, I am setting up the basic HTML file. So, but before we dive into the world of HTML elements, let's set up our coding playground. The HTML structure link the elements.js, and I am also created the h1 tag and then create the p tag. So now, so let's start at the main programming in this element.js file. So first I'm created the accessing elements by ID. So at the core of our exploration is accessing HTML elements. It's like having a backspace pass to interact with specific element. So first time create is contact, and then create is heading, and then create is for document, it's document, then create is for get element by id, is the single quotation is for main heading, and then create is a semicolon, and now I am create is as usual heading, the dot text content, and then is equal for single quotation is for greeting elements, then semicolon. And now in this code we access the heading element by its id and change it to text. This method gives us direct access to a specific element. So now I'm creating the accessing elements by tag name. So, but what if we want to target multiple elements of the same type? The get element by tag name methods is our ticket. So first I'm created the again for contact, and then create is the paragraphs is equal for document dot get element by name tag, and then is for single quotation for p, and then semicolon. And now I'm create is for loop, and then quotations and constant, and then create is for paragraph, and then create is of is paragraphs, and then create is curly braces is paragraph dot style dot is color, its color is then single quotations for orange, and then semicolon. So in this code we are accessed all paragraphs and change their text color. So get element by name tag returns the collections and we can iterate through. So just save this code and save. So let me run this code, and this result is printed. Welcome getting element. Welcome to the world of HTML element. It's the orange color. So now I am again created the main coding. So for now I'm creating the access element by class name. So now let's talk about element with a common class. The get element by class name method is go to. So for now I'm create is constant, and then create is the intro paragraph is equal for document, and dot is get element by class name, and then create is the single quotations for intro is paragraph, and then create is the index is 0 and semicolon. And now I'm create is the intro paragraph dot is text content, and is equal for single quotation is the discover the magic of HTML elements. So then semicolon. So save this code and run. As you can see, the element is the greeting element. So this is the class name elements. So now I am created the query elements with CSS selectors. So now let's introduce a versatile method, query selector. It's like having a CSS selector magic wand to pinpoint any element. So now I'm again create is constant, and then create is the first paragraph is equal for document, and create dot for query selector is then single quotations for p, then semicolon, and now I'm create is the first paragraph dot style, and dot create is the font size is equal for single quotations for 18 pixel and semicolon. So in this code, we used query selector to select the first paragraph and changed its font size. It allows us to use peaceful CSS selectors. So now I am also created the modifying element attribute. So now we have our element, let's modify their attribute. It's like giving them a new cutoff point or a different outfit. So let's create it. Create is for heading and dot create is for set attribute and parentheses, then single quotations for class, and then again create is single quotation is for main title, and then semicolon. So save this code and run. So this font size is changed. So now I am also creating and appending element. So but what if we want to add new elements to our page? So the create element and append child method are our companions. So let's create it. So now I'm create the append is, so first time create is the constant. Just create is new paragraph, and then create is for document dot create element. Create is element is single quotations for p, then semicolon, and now I am also create is new paragraph, and then create for text content and is then equal for single quotations is a new paragraph has been added, then semicolon, and now I am create the document dot body dot is append child for new paragraph, then semicolon. So save this code, and in this code we are created a new paragraph element, set its text content and append it to the body. So save this code, and in this code is again save. So let me run this code. So as you can see, the result is printed. We are the creators of our web page narrative. So in this tutorial, I am discuss is fully the elements. So in our journey into mastering HTML elements with JavaScript, from accessing elements by ID, tag name and class name to querying into CSS selectors, modify attributes and creating new elements. So JavaScript allows us to be the masters of our web-based symphony. So go ahead, master the art of HTML elements in your project. So and let your creativity shine. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone. Welcome back to today's tutorial. We are delving into deep the power of versatility of DOM event listeners in JavaScript. So get ready to amplify your web development skill as we explore the intricacies of event handling. So let's get started. So first the previous tutorial discussed the DOM event. So in this tutorial is some different. So now I'm created the DOM event listener. So previous tutorial I am created the button for click me, and same as now I am in this tutorial create for button for event listener. So let's get started. So first I'm create for contact and then create for click me button, and then create for document dot get element by id and parentheses, then single quotations for click me, then semicolon, and now I am create for click me button dot add event listener, then parentheses, then single quotations for click, and then create for functions, and then parentheses, then curly braces. So now create for alert button is then for button clicked, okay, then semicolon, and in this line semicolon. So in this code for event listeners, start with the basic. Here we cap the button using for document.get element by id and attach a click event listener. When the button is clicked, an alert pops up. So save this code and run. In this code again save. So let me run this code. So as you can see, the result is printed. The button is pop up for click. So now I am create the in this tutorial for new topic for event delegation with event listeners. So this topic created first time created this HTML inside. First time create for UL and then closing, and now I am create for you the list, then id, and then create for dynamic list. Dynamic is list, and then I am create for the list method is for first time create the item is item 1, and in this line I'm copy, okay, and paste. Okay, just change it. It's 2 and last one is 3. So save this code, and now I am code create for the event listener for JS file. So now I am create first the event delegation with event listener. So first time create is contact and create for the dynamic list and equal for document dot get event by id and parentheses, then single quotations for dynamic list and then semicolon, and now I'm create for dynamic list dot for add event listener, then single quotations for click, and then create for functions, and then event, and then create for curly braces. So if create is if statement, and then create for event is dot for target, and then create for is tag name, okay, and then create for the single quotation is li, and then again create the curly braces and then create for console dot log method and then parentheses for single quotations is clicked on list item, okay, and then colon, then create for event dot target dot for text content, okay, text content, and last one then semicolon. So in this line is semicolon. So save this code, and in this code is defined the event listener shine in event delegation. We delegate the click event to the parent UL and the identify with li was clicked. So let me run this code. Okay. So as you can see, the result is list item is 1, 2, and 3. So a powerful technique for handling dynamic events. So it's correctly purpose. So in this tutorial, I am created for event listener is perfectly. So we are unleashed the power of DOM event listeners in JavaScript from the basic of click events and the event delegations. You are now equipped to handle events like a pro. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone. Welcome back to today's tutorial. We are diving into the fascinating world of DOM events using JavaScript. So get ready to master the art of handling event and creating dynamic world. So interactive web experience. So let's get started. So first I'm setting up the HTML structure. So now I'm create the first is h1 tag and then create for the DOM events. So then now I am create for button and then closing and button is ID is for click me, okay, and then same as for click and me, okay, then save this code. So in this code, I am create for HTML structure for featuring a button with the ID for click me. This will be our canvas for exploring the exciting world of DOM event. So now our main program created the event.js file. So first time create the click event and basic event handling. So first time create for the contact and then create is for click me button. First time create click me button, then document dot for get element by ID and then parentheses then single quotations for click me, okay, then semicolon, and now I am create for click me button dot add event listener, then then parentheses then single quotations for click, and then click for functions method functions and then parentheses and then curly braces and create for alert method Okay, and then create for single quotations is for button. Button is clicked. Okay, and then last one is semicolon. So in this code using for document.getElement and attract a click event listener. So now I am create for keyword event for key press. So first time create for key press is created is then its semicolon, and now I am create again for document and dot for add event listener, and then single quotations for key press, and then create for functions, and then parentheses and curly braces for console is okay, console.log method for parentheses, then single quotations is key press, key pressed, then create for its event dot key. Okay, then semicolon, and in this line again semicolon. So first time create document and then add event listener, then create is key press and create is for. In this line is event. Okay, so save this code, and in this code let explore keyword event. We attacked a key press event listener to the enter document, so logging the pressed key to the console. So save this code, and in this code save, and let me run this code. So as you can see, the result is click me. Okay, then now in this tutorial I am also create the mouse event and hover and leave. So first I am created the click me for button, and then create for add event listener, then parentheses, then single quotation is for mouse over, mouse over, and then create for functions, and then parentheses, then curly braces. It's inside for kit for console dot log, and then create single quotation for mouse over button, and then semicolon. It's semicolon. And now I am create in this line copy and paste for next line. I'm just change it. Its button event listener is mouse out, mouse out, and functions, and then console.log is mouse for left button, left button, and then save this code, and in this code is again save. So let me run this code. So as you can see, the result is printed. This click me is hover. So see you, this hover is click me. So in this tutorial, I am discuss for the mustard dome events in JavaScript, then create for the basic click to keyboard interactions mouse events in this tutorial, and you are now equipped to create a dynamically and responsive web applications. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello developers, welcome back to today's video tutorial. We are delving into the fascinating world of DOM prompts in JavaScript. So join me as we explore how to interact with prompts, handle user inputs, and create a shameless user experience. So let's jump right it now. So now first time the setup forming our playground in this HTML index.html file. So in this file, Sam created the stage with a simple prompt. So we create input for username and password. So both marked as required and a submit button. So now I am created. So first time created the prompt and okay. Then I am create the is font ID. Its ID is my from, and then I am create the its level, and okay, now create is level. Level is the level for equal for equal is the user name, and then I am create is the user name, and now I am create the input from its input, okay, then closing, and input type is for text, and then input id equal for username, and then name is the user name, and then it's required, okay. And now I am again create this line, so just copy this line, okay, copy and paste for next line. I am just change its name for password word, and in this change for password, and then its type is password, and then id is password, and the name same as password, okay. And now I am create the button. So button is okay, then button type is type for submit, and then button is submit, okay. Then save this code, and now the main work, the DOM from JS file. So let's create it, the JS file, and now I am create first time create the accessing from the JS file. So first time create the accessing from the first create is contact, okay. Then create is for my from, and then equal is for document, and then create for get element by id, and the id is single quotations for my from, okay, and then semicolon, And now I'm create again for contact, and then create is for username, user name for input. Okay, and then for document dot get element by id, then single quotations for user name, and then semicolon. Okay, and now I am again copy this line and just paste. Okay, okay. I'm just change it. It's for password input, password input, and its name is for password. Okay, password, and last one is the submit button. Button, and then it's for document dot query selector is for single quotations for button. Okay, and then semicolon. And now I am create the console dot log method, and create for single quotations is the from element is for my from, and then semicolon. And now I am create again the console log, and then create for single quotation is user name for input element, and then create for username input and semicolon. So now in this line copy, okay, copy and paste for next line. Okay, then I'm just change it the password is password input element is for password input. Okay, and now just last one change is the submit button is submit button element, so it's called for submit button. And then save this code, and in this code is for the first things. First we need to access our from and its element. We grab the from itself the username and password input, and the submit button using various methods like for get element by id and query selector. So save this code and save, and let me run this code. As you can see, the result is printed. So it's the accessing from element. And now I'm create the handling from submission. So now I'm create for the handling and submission. So let's create. So now I'm create first create for my from, and create dot add event listener, and then create for single quotations is submit. Okay, then I am create the functions. Okay, function for event, and then curly braces, and now I am create for event dot for prevent for default, and parenthesis, then semicolon. And now I am create for contact. Okay, contact, and create for user username value is equal for username input dot for value. Okay, dot value, and it's dot value. Okay, then semicolon. It's so first time create username value and equal for username input dot value, and semicolon. And now I'm create for its only value. Okay, so save this code. Okay, it's just delete Niam. Okay, and in this line for copy and paste for next line, and I'm just change it for the password for value, and then create for password value. It's okay. Then now I'm create the console dot log method and parenthesis, then single quotations for user name, then colon, and comma for user name value, and then semicolon. And now I'm again create for console dot log, and then parenthesis, then single quotations for password clone, and then comma for password value, then semicolon. So save this code, and in this code from submission is a critical event. Here we prevent the default from submission behavior using event.prevent default, then extract the value entered by the user and them for verifications. So save this code, and let me run in this code. So run. Okay, as you can see, the result is the working for handling from submission button. So I am just create for Johnny and password. Okay, and then create. So in this tutorial, I am create the first I'm created for accessing, and then I'm created for the handling from submission button. So in this tutorial, and there you have it, this quick has unleashed the power of DOM prompts in JavaScript, from accessing from elements to handling submissions, and the accessing then prompts. So you now well equipped to create interactive and user friendly in this coding. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are diving into the powerful world of DOM methods, so essential tools that allow JavaScript to interact with and manipulate our web pages. So join me in exploring the essential DOM methods in JavaScript. So now I have created the index.html file, the link up with DOM methods.js, and the heading is the DOM methods, the hello HTML DOM methods. It's a just playground for DOM methods.js file. So now I am create the main code, then create DOM methods inside. So first time created the get element by ID. So at the core of our exploration is the get element by ID method. It's like having a magic by key to access specific elements on our pages. So let's create it. So first time create the contact, and then create is for heading, and then equal for document dot get element ID, then single quotation for the main heading, then semicolon. And now I'm create the heading dot text for content, and then equal for the single quotation is for greetings. The is HTML DOM methods. So it's a basic context. So save this code and run the web pages. So let me run, and as you can see the result is getting HTML DOM methods. So now I am create, it's fully created. So we are used for get method by ID to select the heading element and change its text my content. So this method allows us to directly access element by their unique ID. So now I am in this tutorial also created the get element by class name. So but what if we want to select multiple elements? Yes, the great get element by class name use method comes to our reuse. So first time create, then again for context, and then create is for paragraph is equal for document dot the get element by class name, and then is single quotations for paragraph, and then semicolon. And now I am create is for loop for, and then parenthesis is for context, and then create is the paragraph, and of is paragraphs, and then curly braces, and create the paragraph dot style dot its color is equal for green, and then semicolon. So in this code, we are selected all elements with the class paragraph and change their text color. So get element by class name returns a collection, and we can iterate through it. So let me run this code. So I'm just see. So it's not change, but I am not declare in this paragraph. So I'm just create for the paragraph tag is the norm. So save, and I am just then run. So it's not disconnect. So now I am in this topic also created the add event listener. So now let's add interactivity with the add event listener method. It's like giving element ears to listen for elements. So first I created the heading and dot for add event listener. Then single quotation is click, and then create is parenthesis, and also created is right shift, then again create the curly braces and is alert method, and is create single quotations for heading clicked, clicked, and then semicolon. So in this code is defined, we add a click event listener to the heading. When the heading is clicked, an alert will pop up. So save this code and just create. So now it's create the paragraph tag and it's click the alert for heading clicked. It's a at event listener. So it's this method brings our web pages to life. So in this tutorial is the journey into exploring essential DOM methods in JavaScript, from selecting elements with getElement by ID, getElement by class name, and create the addListener. So DOM methods are like our toolkit, allowing us to interact with our web page dynamically. So go ahead, explore these methods in your projects, and may your web pages come alive with the magic of JavaScript programming tutorials. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello fellow programmers, today we are diving into the depths of the document object model with JavaScript. So buckle up as we explore DOM navigations technique to traverse and manipulate our HTML structure. So let's get started. So in this tutorial, I am just create a mini web project. So let's create it. First I am create the in this index.html file created first created is div, and then closing, and now I am create for the dev id is equal for container, and then I am create the h1 tag for the DOM navigation. Okay, then I am create the next line for ul, and then closing, and now in this file method index for list, then I am create for first create is home, and in this line copy, and paste. So just change it is about, and then last one is then create is for contact. So now I am create for another div class. So first I am create is div and closing, and now I am create for the div for class is for content. Okay, then I am create for div under for p tag. For p tag is the welcome to our website. Okay, and then in this code is complete and save. So now in this code for define, our journey begins with a simple HTML structure. We have a container div with a heading, a list, and a content div. So let's navigate through this structure using the JavaScript. So now I am create the navigation.js file. So first I am created the accessing element by ID. So let's create it. So first I am create the contact and then create for container and equal for document for dot get element by ID and parenthesis then single quotations for container and then semicolon. And now I am create for console dot log method and then create for single quotation is container element, then clone and call for container. Okay, it's complete. So now in this tutorial I am also create the accessing elements by tag name. So let's create it. So again create for contact and then create for list items and then equal for document dot get element by ID. It's not, it's name. So get element by tag name is single quotation for list and then semicolon. And now I am create for console dot log and then single quotations for list items and clone, then for list items and semicolon. So save this code and let me run this code. So as you can see, the result is printed DOM navigation, home, about, contact. So welcome to our website. Now in this tutorial, I am also created the accessing elements by class name. So let's create it. So I'm create first is contact and then create is for content divs. Content divs equal for document dot get element by class name and then create for single quotation is content and then semicolon. And now I am again create for the console dot log and parenthesis for single quotation for content divs. Okay, then call for content divs, then semicolon. So in this tutorial, it's complete the accessing element by class name. So I am also created for the query selector, a powerful tool in this navigation for JavaScript. So let I'm created the query selector. So first time created is constant and create for the welcome paragraph is document dot for query selector is then single quotations for hash is container and create for dot content and then p tag, then semicolon. And now I am create for the console dot log method and parenthesis for single quotations is the welcome paragraph. Okay, then clone and just call the welcome paragraph method and then semicolon. So this complete the query selector, and I also created the traversing the DOM hierarchy. So first time created the constant and then create for container divs is equal for document dot get element by id, then single quotations for container and then semicolon. And now I am create for the contact is list equal for is for container div and is the containers div dot get element by tag name and then create for single quotation is ul and then create for 0 and then semicolon. So now I am also create for contact and create for contact is second list item, second list its item and is equal for list dot get element by tag name, then single quotations for list and then index is 1 and then semicolon. And now I am create for console dot log method and then create for single quotations is the second list item, then clone and the second list item dot for text content then semicolon. So complete this code and save, and Let me run this code. Completely run in this code, so it's no error. She fully perfected the simple navigation project. So in this tutorial, I'm discuss the almost complete the navigation part. So and there you have it, navigating the DOM like a pro with JavaScript, whether it's accessing elements by ID, tag name, class name, and using the powerful query selector, and then traversing the DOM hierarchy. So you are now equipped with essential skills for DOM manipulation. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello fellow learners, welcome back to today's video tutorial. We are delving into the dynamic realm of DOM node list in JavaScript. So join me as unravel the my stories of node list, so understand their behavior and unleash their potential for powerful DOM manipulate. So let's get started. So I'm previous tutorial discussed the DOM collection. So in this item list use, so now I am use this item for DOM node list created. So in this list, for set up our playground with a straightforward unordered list and containing three list items for list 1, item 1, item 2, and item 3. So this is where we'll explore the magic of DOM nodes list. So first time create the DOM node list inside accessing DOM nodes list. So first time create is the constant and create for list items is equal for document dot query selector all, and then parenthesis, then single quotations is for my list I, then semicolon. And now I am create the console dot log method and then single quotations for the list items node list and clone, then create for list items and semicolon. And now I am create the iterating through a node list. So now I am create the list items dot for each and then double parenthesis for item and for index and then equal right shift and then curly braces and create for console dot log and parenthesis, then create for item and dollar sign. Index is index plus 1 and again created, then clone and now again create the dollar sign and curly braces is item dot text content and then semicolon, and in this line semicolon. This the iterating through node list. So save this code and in this code save and let me run this code. So as you can see, the result is printed. So item 1, item 2 and item 3. And now the next topic is created the changing style file dynamically. So now I'm create for list item is then list item, it's list item for each item, then item dot style dot color for green. So save this code and again run this code. So this color is changed for item 1, item 2 and item 3. So now I am also created the DOM node list. So this topic is the adding event listener to node list item. So first time create the list items and dot create for each, and then create is for item for index, and then equal right shift, then curly braces and create for item dot add event listener, then parenthesis for single quotation is click method, and then for functions, and then again curly braces. So then create for alert method and create for item, and then dollar sign is the index plus 1, and then clicked method, okay, then semicolon. So in this line again semicolon and last one is semicolon. So save this code, and in this code adding interactivity is a brace with node list. So we loop through our list items and attach way click event listener to is, so creating an alert with the item numbers when clicked. So save this code and run. Okay. As you can see, the result is printed. I am just click the item. Okay, and just pop up is the message is item 1 is clicked. So in this tutorial for DOM node list, the quick tutorial has uncovered the power of DOM node list in JavaScript, from accessing and iterating through them to making dynamic changes and handling events. You are now equipped to make the most of node list for efficient DOM manipulations. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's video tutorial. We are unraveling the secret behind the bind method in JavaScript. The bind method is like a spell giving us control over the context of our functions. So join me in demystifying functions bind method in JavaScript. So first time create the basic of functions bind method. At the core of our exploration is the basic of bind. So let's see how it empowers in our functions. So first time create is functions, and create is name, and then curly braces is the console.log, and parentheses for hello, and dollar sign is name, and then create is my favorite language is again dollar sign, it's the language, and is my favorite language is, and use is this method, this dot language, and then semicolon. And now I am create is the contact, and create is developer is equal, then curly braces is name is the Johan, and it's used for single quotations. And now create the language is, then create Java script, and then semicolon. And now I'm again use is contact, and create is bound grade. Bound grade is equal for grade, and bind is the developer, then semicolon, and again create is bound grade and the Alice, and semicolon. So save this code, and in this code we define a grade functions that expects a name parameter and refers to this dot language. With bind method we create a new functions for bound grade that is bound to the developer object. So let me run this code. And as you can see, the result is Hello Alice, my favorite language in JavaScript. So it's like addressing the grade functions in a specific content. So now I am create the predefined argument with bound. So now, but what if we want to present some arguments making our functions more flexible? Yes, the bind method has a solution for that. Now in this code is copy and paste. So I've just changed it. The functions is introduce and is name and role, and then console.log is just change I am, and then create is name, and create is a, and dollar sign for index is role, and then create is for I work with for this dot language, and now its create is for developer intro, and then create is the is introduce, then dot bind method for developer, and the Alice, and then create is quotation is web developer, and then semicolon, and then create is developer intro, then double quotation and semicolon. So save this code, and in this code we have an introduce functions with parameters name and role. With bind function we present the values for name and role, creating a new functions developer intro. So let me run this code, and as you can see the result is I am Alice, a web developer. I work with JavaScript. So in this tutorial, predefined argument with bind method. So in this tutorial, the demystifying the bind method in JavaScript from the basic of binding functions to specific context presetting arguments and the different scenarios. The bind method is like a key that unlocking the potential of our functions. So go the demystifying bind method in your JavaScript journey and may your functions the shamelessly with different context with the functions dot bind method. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's video tutorial into the enhancing world of functions closures in JavaScript. Closures are like while wizard that bring magic to our functions, so allowing them to remember and access variables even after they are finished executing. So join me in unlocking the magic of functions closures in JavaScript. So first of all, create the basic of functions closures. At the core of our exploration is the basic of functions closures. So let's see how they work, their magic. So first of all, create the functions and function, and let's create is the outer function, and then create is curly braces is the constant, and create is variable outer variable is equal, the single quotation is I am from outer functions. So then semicolon is constant. So now I am create is the function, and then create is inner function, then parenthesis and curly braces is the console dot log, and call is the outer functions, and then semicolon. And now I am create is the return type value is return is inner function. So then semicolon. And now I am create in this tutorial the constant, and constant, then create is closure function, closure functions, and then equal is outer functions, then semicolon, and now create is closure functions and parenthesis, then semicolon. So save this code, and in this code is defined we have an outer functions containing a variable, outer variable, and an inner functions. The inner function is returned from the outer functions, creating a closure. So when we invoke closure functions, it still has access to outer variable. So let me run this code, and as you can see, the result is functions. It's outer functions. So it's like preserving a pieces of the outer functions world. So now I am create the another topic is the preserving state with closures. So now I am create is first create is functions, and then create is counter and parenthesis, then curly braces is, so let create is constant and equal 0, and then semicolon, it's okay, let constant is 0, and then create is return type, return is functions, and parenthesis, then curly braces is count. Count is 0. Then create is console dot log, and parenthesis is single quotation is count. Then create is k, and then it's dollar sign and curly braces is count. Okay. Then create is then semicolon, and in this line create is the constant, and create is increment. Increment is equal for counter value. Okay. Then create is increment, and then parenthesis, and now again create is increment and parenthesis, then semicolon. So in this code we have a counter functions that returns another functions. The returned functions when invoked increments the count variables. So let me run this code, and as you can see the result is count is 0, and in this count is empty. Count is empty, and in this count is empty. So thanks to closure, the count variables in preserve chain functions calls. It's like having a memory that lasts beyond the function's lifetime. So in this tutorial, unlocking the magic of functions closures in JavaScript, from preserving variables after the outer functions finish to maintaining state and creating private variables. So closures are like the code. So go ahead, unlock the magic of closures in your JavaScript journey, and may your functions carry a touch of wizard by. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's video tutorial. We are unraveling the magic behind functions definitions. So in JavaScript, JavaScript are functions definition like the building blocks of our code, and understanding their defines and definitions in each case. So join me in demystifying functions definitions in JavaScript. So now first time create the function declarations. At the core of our exploration is the function declaration. So let's see how straightforward and powerful it is. So first time create is function, and create is great, and is name. Then curly braces is console dot log, and parenthesis and single quotation is hello, and dollar sign, and next is the name, and then create, and then semicolon. And now I am create is braces, side is method is great, and single quotation is for Jenny, then semicolon, and save this code. And in this code we declare a great functions that takes a name, parameter, and longs a rating. So save this code and run. As you can see, the result is the hello journey. The functions declarations are like blueprints for our code. So now I am creating the functions expressions. But what if we want more flexibility? So that's where functions expression come into play. So now I am create the again is constant, and create is great expression expression and equal is function and is name, then curly braces is the console dot log and action is the then create is hello and create is the dollar sign and index is the name and then semicolon, and now I am create the great expression and single quotation inside is Alice and then semicolon. Then save this code, and in this code here we create a functions expression for great expressions assigned to a variable. So save this code and run. As you can see, the result is hello Alice. So it's like having a functions on standby ready to be used. So in this tutorial I am also discuss the array functions. So but modern JavaScript brings us a conscious way to write functions. So now create is array functions is first time create is constant and create is create arrow great arrow and then equal is name and then again equal is the right shift and then curly braces is console dot log and parentheses, then create is hello and then dollar sign and curly braces is the name and semicolon, and now create is great arrow and parenthesis and single quotation is Bob and semicolon. So save this code, and in this code we define arrow great arrow using a arrow functions. So let me run this code, and as you can see the result is hello Bob. So it's like the shortened version of function expressions, making our code more elegant. So in this tutorial, the demystifying functions definitions in JavaScript from functions, declaration to expression, array functions. So functions are like the architect of our code, offering flexibility and clarity. So the demystifying functions definitions in your JavaScript journey, and may your code be well structured and welcoming. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are unraveling the magic behind functions parameters in JavaScript. Parameters are like the building blocks of our code, and understanding their functions parameters key. So join me in demystifying functions parameter in JavaScript. So in this tutorial, the functions parameter I'm discuss is the default parameters in this topic. So but what if some parameters are optionals? Enter the different parameters. So now I'm create is so first time create is functions and then create is great is default parameter, and then create is name and is equal, then single quotation is guest, and then curly braces is the console dot log, and it is hello, and then dollar sign is name, is then semicolon, and now I'm create is the grade default parameter, and use again grade default is ev, and semicolon. So save this code, and in this code you define grade default with a default value for the name parameter. It's like having a safety net, ensuring our functions work even without explicit input. So save this code and let me run this code. So as you can see, the result is hello guest is hello ev. So in this functions parameter, I am discuss the most important topic, the rest parameters. So, but what if we want to handle an infinite numbers of arguments? So rest parameters to the reuse the, so now I'm create, first time create the rest parameter is called functions, and then create is the grade, and create is all, and then create is the names, and then curly braces is create is for loop, and create is constant, and create is the name of name, and then create is curly braces is call is console dot log, and then create is hello, and then create is dollar sign, and create is name, so then semicolon, and now I am create is the is great all, and then create is the single quotation side is first time create is Tom, and create is Jerry, and again create is Spike, and then semicolon. So save this code, and in this code we define rate all with a rest parameter for names to capture all arguments passed. So let me run this code, and this now I am create is again, so let me run this code. So just is error, now I am fixed is this quotation is these quotations is so okay, error fixed. And now in this code I am again save and let me run this code. Okay, finally printed, and as you can see the result is hello is ev this, and then hello Tom, hello Jerry, and hello Spike. So it's like having a welcoming party of any number of guests. So in this tutorial for functions parameter is the demystifying functions parameter in JavaScript. The functions parameter is declarations is default parameters and rest parameters. The functions are likely the architect of our code, offering flexibility and clarity. So the functions parameter in your JavaScript journey, and may your code be well structured and welcoming. So thank you for watching in this tutorial and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome to today's video. We are diving into the core of JavaScript functions. They are the building blocks of our code, the tools that allow us to encapsulate logic and create reusable modular programs. Join me in unlocking the power of functions in JavaScript. So let's get started. So functions is a JavaScript function is a block of code designed to perform a particular task, and a JavaScript function is executed when something invokes is call it. So now I am creating and declaring the calling function. So let's start at the basic. Declaring and calling functions, it like defines, receive, and then cooking up a storm. So declaring and calling function is function and great parenthesis and curly braces is console.log, and this is hello function and semicolon, and in this line is inside is great and parenthesis then semicolon, and in this code is defined we are declared a function named great, and that simply logs hello functions to the console, and then we are called the function to execute its code. So now in this tutorial I'm discuss is functions parameter. So functions become even more powerful when they can take input enter function parameter the ingredients of our receive. So now I'm create is function parameter is great is person, and its parenthesis name is name, and console log dot hello and is class and name and quotation and semicolon. And now I am calling the functions with an argument is great person, and its is Alice. So save this code and run. As you can see the result is hello Alice. And in this code we are enhanced our great person functions to take a name parameter. When we call the function with an argument, it creates personalized greeting. So now I am in again once discussed is return statement. Functions can also produce output, enter the result in return in statement, a way for functions to give back a result. So now I am create is return statement. So first time create is function and create is square and number, and curly braces is return and number and semicolon. And in this, now I'm using the return value is let and is result is equal square is 4 and semicolon, and now I'm create is console.log and create is square and its result, then semicolon. And in this code we are defined a square function that calculates the square of a number and return the result. We then use that result in our code. So in this code, save and run. As you can see, the result is square is 16. And now I am in this tutorial is also discussed is array function. Array function is a brought as a concise way to write functions. The array functions, they are like the shortened notation of the function expression. So now I am create is array function. So code is delete, and now I am create is array function is let is divide is equal is A and B, then equal and greater than is A first slash and B, then semicolon. And now I am using the array function is let coordinate and is equal is divide is 10 and 2, then semicolon and console dot log and parenthesis is in this copy and paste and is call is quadrant, so semicolon. And in this code are defined an array function divide that divides A by B. Array functions are great for short online functions. So save this code and run. As you can see, the result is 5. So in this tutorial, the JavaScript functions from the basic of declaring and calling to the nuance of parameters, return statement, function, array functions, and the majesty world of scope and cursor. These functions are the nodes that compose the methodology of your code. So go ahead, conduct your own program and let your code sing. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's video tutorial. We are unraveling the my stories of the HTML DOM. DOM means Document Object Model. The Document Object Model is like a map that allows JavaScript to interact with our web page dynamically. So join me in unveiling the secrets of HTML DOM in JavaScript. So before we delve into the secrets of the DOM, so let's up our coding playground. For here's a simple HTML structure linked to our DOM.js for document object model JS file. So now I am first create the HTML format and the connect the web pages. So first I am create the h1 tag and then closing, and now I am create the hello is HTML DOM. So now its h1 ID is equal for main heading, then save this code and run. So as you can see, so just hello HTML DOM, it's printed. So now I am create the main programming the dom.js file. So in this file I'm create the selecting element for document object model. So first time create at the core of our exploration is selecting elements from the DOM. So selecting elements is like finding treasures on our web pages. So they now create the first time create the contact, and then create is the heading, and then equal for document, and then create for get element by ID, and then create for the single quotation is for main heading. Okay, then semicolon, and now I am again create the contact and create the paragraphs. Paragraphs is equal for document and its document, then create dot get for element by class name is the paragraph, and then semicolon, and now I'm again create the contact and then create is the all paragraphs, is equal for document, and then create for dot for query is selector for all, and then create for single quotation is p, then semicolon, and now I'm also again create the contact and then create is the first paragraph, first paragraph is equal for document dot for query selector, and then single quotation for p, then semicolon. This is the code is determined. We are used various methods to select elements by ID, by class, and using query selectors. These methods give us the power to pinpoint specific elements on our pages. So now I am create the another topic for the creating and appending element for DOM. So, but what if we want to add new elements to our story? So, creating and appending elements is like adding new characters to our tale. So, first I'm creating the appending elements. So, let's create the contact, and then create is the new for new paragraph. New paragraph is equal for document, and then create for create is element, and then is single quotations for P, and then semicolon. And now I'm create for new paragraph, and then create is for text is content, and then equal for is single quotation is a new paragraph. New paragraph has been added and then create a semicolon. And now I'm create the document is document dot body, and then create for is append child, and then create for new paragraph, then semicolon. So this is here we are created a new paragraph element. So set its content and appended it is the body. So save this code, and it's append the body tag. So save this code, and in this code is again save. So let me run this code. So as you can see, the result is a new paragraph has been added. So in this tutorial, for the DOM allow us to dynamically grow our web pages. So in this tutorial, the unveiling the secrets of the HTML DOM in JavaScript, from selecting elements to modifying, creating, appending, and added interactivity with event handling. So the DOM is like a magical realm where JavaScript brings our web pages to life. So the unveil the secrets of the DOM in your project, and may your web pages be filled with dynamic stories. So thank you for watching, and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome to JavaScript Explores. Today we are embarking on a journey to explore the concept of iterable in JavaScript. Iterable are the foundation of looping in JavaScript, and understanding them is crucial for writing efficient and expressive code. So join me in exploring iterable in JavaScript. So now first I am create is the basic of iterables and iterators. So at the heart of our exploration are iterable and iterators. An iterable is an object that can be iterated over, and an iterator is an object that know how to product the next value in the sequence. So let's start with the basic. So first I am create is constant, and create is iterable array, iterable array, and is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, then semicolon. And now I am again create is constant, and create is iterator is equal is iterable array, and head bracket is symbol dot iterator, and then functions, and then semicolon. And now I am create is console dot log, and parenthesis is iterator dot next, and parenthesis, then semicolon. And in this code is copy and paste is so in this code we are creating an iterable array and obtaining its iterator. The next is like turning the page of a book, so revealing its value is a sequence until the code. So save this code and run. As you can see, the result is done 1, done false, and value undefined, done is true. So now I am create is using iterable with strings and set. So but iterables aren't exclusive to array. They work shamelessly with other data structure like string and sets. Let's explore. So now I am using iterable with strings and set. So first I am create is constant and create is string. String is iterable and equal is double quotation inside is hello JavaScript and semicolon. And now I am again create is constant and create is set iterable is equal is new and set method is parenthesis, and in this parenthesis is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, then semicolon. And now I am create is for condition is for constant and create is character is of is string iterable, and then open curly braces is console dot log and character, then semicolon. And now I am again create is for and create is constant and create is number of set iterable, and then curly braces is console dot log and parenthesis is number, then semicolon. And save this code. And in this code with iterable we can iterate through characters in a string or elements in a set effectively. So save this code and run. As you can see, the result is printed hello and JavaScript. So it's like having a universal key for different logs. So in this tutorial, and there you have it, exploring iterable in JavaScript from the basic of iterable and iterators, and embracing and the basic iteratives and iterables are your comparison creating expressive and efficient code. So go wait, compose your own melodious so in your data structure, and may your code follow and the beauty of iterables. So thank you for joining me in this tutorial. So happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are unraveling the my stories of JSON in JavaScript. JSON or JavaScript object notations is a lightweight data interchange format that's widely used for data storage and communications between a server and web applications. So join me in demystifying JSON in JavaScript. So first time create the basic HTML format for JSON.js, and now I am create is the main code in JSON.js file. So what is JSON? At the core of our exploration is understanding what JSON is. So JSON is a lightweight data interchange format that is easy for humans to read and write and easy for machines to parse and generate. It's like a similar to JavaScript object literal notations. So first time create is JSON. So first time create is contact and create is person. Person is JSON and equal is curly braces is first is name and is Johan and again create is age is 30 and create is city is New York, New York, and it's capital letter and okay. Then it's double quotation and then use is single quotation and okay, then semicolon. And now I'm create is again contact and create is person object is equal for JSON and create is parse and call is person JSON and semicolon. And now I'm create is console dot log and create is person is object is person object and its create is person object and dot name and semicolon and save this code. And in this code we define the output is name. So let me run this code. So it's error some now, just fix it. So in this okay and this, so again save and run. So something is, so I am fixed in this code. So again review. So save this code and let me run. So as you can see the result is Johan Doe. So now I am create is in this tutorial for creating a JSON. So but JSON isn't just about parsing, it's also about creating structured data. Let's see how we can create is JSON. So first time create is the JSON and so let's create is so first time create is contact and create is book object or book object its equal, then curly braces and its title. Title is the single quotation is the heat checker. Heat checker and then create is the and guide to the galaxy. Galaxy and single quotation. Then I am again create is author. Author and is the author name is Douglas Adams. Is Douglas is Adams and then again create is year. Year is 19 is 76. Then I am create is the contact and create is book JSON and is equal for JSON dot stringify and call is book object and then semicolon and its contact. Its contact. Then I am create is console dot log and parenthesis is the book JSON and then semicolon. So save this code and in this code we have a JavaScript object representing a book. We use JSON.stringify function to convert this object into a JSON string. So let me run this code. The title is The Heat Checkers Guide to the Galaxy and author is Douglas Adams and year is 1976. So it's like packaging our data for transport or storage. So in this tutorial to demystifying JSON in JavaScript from understanding what JSON is to parsing JSON string into JavaScript objects. So in this tutorial, the JSON is like a language that enables seamless communications and data representations in the world of JavaScript. So go away, demystifying JSON is your JavaScript journey and may your data follow effortlessly and elegantly. So thank you for watching and happy coding.
Hello everyone, greeting fellow developers. Today we are diving into a powerful keyword in JavaScript for let. Join us on this exploration of let and discover how it impacts variable declaration and scoping. So first I am discuss is what is let. The let keyword is used for declaring variables in JavaScript. Unlike var, let introduce block level scoping, offering more control over variable lifetimes. So now I am create is basic uses of let. Let allow you to declare variables that are block scope, making it especially useful in modern JavaScript. So let me in this code and first time create is let.js and now I am create is if statement. Statement is true, then curly braces, and inside is let keyword and message is equal is double quotation is hello late and then semicolon. And now I'm call is console.log and is message then semicolon. And in this code we are let create variables that are limited to the block they are declared in, enhancing code clarity and reducing the risk of unintended variable access. So save this code and run. This is result is hello let. And now I am discuss in this topic is redeclaring and hosting for let. So in this code is I am create is let keyword and its count and equal is 10 then semicolon. And in this line is let count is equal 20 and semicolon. And in this line to not the same variable as the outer count. So now console.log and in this line is use is message its count and semicolon. And now I am create is again console.log and count and then semicolon. In this console.log is print output is 20 and in this console.log is print count is 10. So let me run this code. As you can see the result is 20 and 10. And last one I am discuss is let in loops. So let's particularly handle in loops constant, preventing common pitfalls associated with where. So now I am create is loop let in loop example. So first create is for loop and use is let in I is equal 0 and semicolon is I less than 0 and semicolon is I increment. Then curly braces and is use is set in timeout. Set timeout function is function and this use curly braces and it is console.log and is I parenthesis inside is I and then semicolon and in this line is print out is 0 and 1 and 2. So in this line and curly braces side comma and is 1000. So and then semicolon. And in this code deep into how let's avoid the closure related issues often encountered when using where in loops. So let me run this code and in this code is result and So this code are a loops in let. So in this output is print 0, 1 and 2. So let's in a game changer in JavaScript, providing block scoping and involving variable management and incorporating less into your code practice will undoubtedly lead to more robust and maintainable code. So practice using let, explore the nuance and stay tuned for more deep dives into JavaScript concept. And thank you for joining us in this journey. So happy coding.
Hello JavaScript programmer. Today we are diving into the introduced world of for in loops. Loops are like the backbone of automation in programming, and for in loops after a unique way to traverse the properties of objects. So join me in demystifying for in loops in JavaScript. So before we embark on our journey, so let's set up our coding playground. Here's a simple HTML structure linked to our loop for in.js file. So now first I am create is basic of the for in loops. At the heart of our exploration is the for in loop. It designed specifically for objects, allowing us to iterate through their properties. So let's start it with the basic example. So now I am create is constant and create is cur is equal, then curly braces is brand is single quotation is Toyota, and then use is model is then Camry, and then use is year is 2022. Then I am use is semicolon, and now create is for loop. So then let key in cur, then parenthesis and is console.log, and in this sign is dollar sign and parenthesis is key, and use the sign and again dollar sign and parenthesis is cur, inside is key. So then semicolon, and in this code is with these for in loops we are iterating through the properties of our car object. So save this code and run. As you can see, the result is brand, model and year is 2022. It's like having a detective inspect is clip in a case. So now I am create is the break statement in for in loops. So now I am create is basic statement, break statement. So first I am create is for, and parenthesis is let for key, and in curve for loops let key in curve, then parenthesis and use if statement for key is in equality is model, and again is curly braces, so console.log and parenthesis for use is this sign and create is breaking at key and dollar sign and curly braces inside is key, then use semicolon and create is break statement. So now I am create is console.log and parenthesis is dollar sign and is key and again is dollar sign for car and dollar sign is car and its key then semicolon, and in this code define with the break statement we are saying stop the loop when you reach model property. So save this code and run. As you can see, something is wrong, so now I am fix it. So this line, so this is the stop the loop when you reach the model property. It's like having an emergency exist in our investigation. So and there you have it, demystifying for in loops in JavaScript from iterative through object properties to avoid prototype pitfalls. So the controlling flow the break statement for in loops. So open up a new avenue of exploration in your code. So go wait, embrace the magic. You make your loops universal, the my stories of your object. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting journey into JavaScript. Today we are diving deep into the heart of repetition with the powerful for loop. So loops for the backbone of automation in programming. So and the for loop in our conductor in this symphony of iteration. So join me in mastering for loops in JavaScript. So first I'm setting up in index.html file. Inside it is script for source for loop for .js file for link up. So now I am all program create in loop for .js file. So first time create is basic statement of the for loop. So at the core our looping adventure is the for loop. It's a conscious and powerful way to repeat a block of code for a specific number of times. So let's get started. So first time create is basic for loop. So first time create is for and loop first let I equals 0 semicolon and I less than 5 semicolon and I increment, then curly braces is console dot log parenthesis and double quotation is iterations is iteration for dollar sign and increment is I plus 1. So now I am create and then semicolon, and in this line I am create is so in this line is I increment 1 and now use is this sign and okay, then save this code, and in this code with this for loop we are initializing a variable 1 to 0, checking if 1 is less than 5 and incremented I. So let me run this code, and as you can see the result is iteration 1 and its 5 length. So less than 5 and increment I after each iteration. It's like having a robotics drummer hitting the beat 5 times. So now I am create is in this topic for looping through an array. But for loops aren't just about counting, they are fantastic for traversing arrays. Let's explore how to loop through an array. So now I am create is looping through an array. So first time create is constant and create is fruits is equal and its semicolon is apple and banana and orange and again is grapes. So then semicolon, and now I am create is for loop for and let I equals 0 less than I less than is fruits dot length and semicolon and I increment. Then this inside is console.log and parenthesis and double quotation is fruit is dollar sign and curly braces is fruits and index I and its use is sign. Okay, so then use is semicolon. And now in this code for with this loop we are navigating through our array of fruits. So save this code and run. As you can see, the result is apple, banana, orange and grapes. It's like conveyor belt showcasing its delicious food. So now I am also create the continue statement in for loops. So on the flip side, there's the continue statement. It's like saying skip these iterations, go to the next on. So let's in action. So in this, so delete this code and now create the continue statement in for loops. So first time create is for and let I equal 0 and semicolon I less than 10 semicolon I increment, then curly braces is if condition is I tends to, then inequality 0, then again curly braces is continue, then semicolon, and now I am create is console.log and parenthesis, then double quotation is not double quotation, it's in this sign is odd number is the dollar sign and index for I. So then semicolon and save this code. And in this code, with the continue statement, we are skipping even numbers. So let me run this code. And as you can see, the result is 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. Skipping even numbers is like a disease skipping beats in a dance track, keeping the rhythm ellipse. So, and there you have it, mastering the loops in JavaScript from the basic of counting to traversing arrays, keeping bits with the continuous statement. For loops are not just about repetitions, they are about orchestrating the symphony of your code. So go with, embrace the artistry for loops. So may you code to the rhythm of efficient iteration. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We embark on a fascinating exploration into the family dynamic of HTML elements. So join me as we delve into the world of jQuery civiling. So unraveling the relationships between elements. So let's get started. So first I am setting the scene for HTML. So welcome to our HTML family gathering. So, where a parent and its sibling await. So, let's explore the relationship. So, now I am create the first HTML code, and so let's create it. The first time create is div, okay, and then closing. And now I am create for the div class, okay. Class is for parent, and now I am create for the heading is h2 tag. Okay, h2 tag is for parent. Okay, and now I am again create for the div method is div. Okay, and now I am create is div class for sibling is okay, and now I am create for the another heading is h3. Okay, this heading is for the its sibling is 1. Okay, and now I am again create. So in this div is closing. So first time create is div and h2 tag, and next time create is the siblings and h3, and closing the bracket. And in this code I am copy now, okay, and then paste. So now I am again paste, okay. I can and just change it. This its sibling 1 and its sibling is 2, and now its siblings is 3, okay, and then complete the HTML code. So save this code, and now I'm create the modeling and the styles.css. So I am also created the body tag, its body display, align items, justify, height, margin and background color. And just I'm change it in this background color. So I'm create for is in this color. It's okay. And now I am create for is dot parent class, okay, and then create is for then sibling and then curly braces, and I'm just simply create is for padding for 20 pixel, and then create for is margin is for 10 pixel, and now I am create is for background color is for hash. Its horizontal color is 2, and ECC and 71. Okay, and now I am create for the border is 2 pixel, and then solid, and then create for is hash and F. Okay, And now I'm create for the text is align for text align is center. Okay, and now last on create is the color is for then in this color. Okay, then save in this code, and now I am create the parent and its sibling. Let's explore the intricate relationships between these elements using jQuery siblings.js. So first time create the unveiling sibling connections with jQuery siblings. So let's create. So first of all, I'm create is dollar sign, and then create for is document. Okay, and then create is for ready method is then function. Okay, and then again parenthesis, then curly braces. So created the sibling connections, and now I'm create for the styling first sibling. So let create is dollar sign, and then create is parenthesis, and then create is single quotations for dot is sibling and clone for the first child first, then child. Okay, and then create for dot css, and then create for is for parenthesis. Okay, and then create for is single quotations is for the border and color, then create for the in single quotations and hashtag for the color is 3498 and db. Okay, and then last one, then semicolon. And now I am also create for the styling all siblings. So again create is dollar sign, and create for same as single quotations and hashtag for dot sibling. Okay, and then create for dot is sibling. Okay, and its method for dot css, and create for then its background color. Okay, and then create for again, and in this color is hashtag for is A7 4C and 3C. Okay, and then semicolon. So complete the code. The jQuery is sibling to our guide in these explorations, and revealing the connections between siblings. So then last on semicolon and save this code. Okay, and let me run this code. Okay, okay. As you can see, the result is printed. So it's the connection for between siblings. So observe as we style the first siblings and all eight siblings. So in this tutorial, and as we conclude our explorations of elements kinship, so remember that siblings share a special bond. So may your coding adventure be filled with understanding the relationships between HTML elements. So until next time, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today for fellow developers, we embark on an exciting journey through the follies of HTML elements. So now I am create for the HTML element CSS, and last one I am create the jQuery for filtering. So join me as we navigate the elements. Suppose it's jungle, using the powerful tool called the jQuery filtering. So now just first I'm created the HTML and exploration for whole code. So let's first time create the HTML and create the div, okay, and div closing. So now I'm create for the div class is for jungle, and then I am create for the again div is, okay, and closing. So and in this div for again create for class is the animal is mammal, okay, okay, and then create for the heading is for h3 tag, so it's the lion, okay. Then complete the in this div, and now I am also create the another div class for its, then again create for in this div for copy, and then paste is I'm just change it the div class for just suppose is a plant, and then create for is h3 tag is its friend, and then I am again create for another div. So let's create for is the animal is suppose reptile, okay, and just change it. It's for animal is neck, its neck, okay, and I am also create for another div is, so just create for and change it the class is for is again create for the plant, okay, and then h3 title is for bamboo, okay, bamboo, and last one again create for the div is, so create div and closing for, then I'm create for the div class, okay, class is for the animal for bird, okay, and now I'm create for the heading is for h3 tag is h3 tag is for parrot, okay, okay, done, and complete the HTML code, and now I am create the most important and powerful tools for the style.css. So in this style.css, the jungle map is laid out with HTML elements, and jQuery filtering will help us navigating through this large environment. So let's create the style.css, and I am almost created, then body for previous, please check the previous video, and now I am create for in this tutorial for jQuery's filtering code. So let's create, so first time create is the jungle, okay, and create for another class is dot animal, and create for another class is for plant. Okay, and then create for parentheses and curly braces. So first time create is padding. Okay, padding is for 20 pixel, and then again create for is margin. Margin is 10 pixel. Okay, and now I'm create for the background color is for then violet blue, and now I am create for the border. Border is 2 pixel, 2 pixel solid, and in this color for hash. Okay, and its text align is for center, and last one I'm create for the in this text its color is for hash. Okay, and I'm just change it in this color for horizontal color uses. So first I'm created 2C, and then again create for then 3E and 50. So and save this code, and now I am creating the navigating the elements per jungle. So let's create the jQuery filtering method. So first of all, I am create the basic syntax is the dollar sign, and then create for the document. Okay, and then create for dot ready method, and create is the function, and then parentheses and curly braces. Okay, this is the navigating the element jungle with jQuery filtering. And now I am create the selecting animals. So first time create is constant. Okay, constant, and then create is for animals. Okay, and is equal for dollar sign, and then simply create for parentheses and single quotations for dot animal. Okay, and then parentheses and then semicolon. So now I'm also create the highlighting mammals. So let's create. So again create is constant. Okay, and then create for mammals. Okay, and it's okay, and just create is equal for its animal. It's the animals dot for filter. Okay, and then create for single quotations, and then create for is mammal. Okay, and then create is for css, and create for is the border color is border color is use then hashtag and e for 74 and c 3c. Okay, and then semicolon. And I have also created the selecting plants. So let's create is contact. Okay, and then create for the plants and is equal for dollar sign, and then create for is dot plant. Okay, and then last one then semicolon. And in this tutorial and coding, I'm also created the highlighting plants and filter. So now create for is contact, and then create for is the tail plant methods, tail plants and equal for plants, and create for dot filter. Okay, and create call is for functions. Okay, and then parentheses and then curly braces. And create for the return, its return value is $4 sign. Okay, and then create for is this method, and then create for dot height. Okay, and then parentheses, and then create is right shift and is 50, then semicolon. And now I am create for this again CSS and create for single quotations for the background color, background color. Okay, background color for is the hashtag is 27 and AE and then 60. It's horizontal color, and then last one then semicolon, and in this code for semicolon. So as we venture through the elements for jungle, so we encounter different space. So observe how jQuery filtering helps us select and highlight mammals. So let's save this code. Okay, and in this code for save, and again for index.html save. So let me run this code. Okay. Okay. Just wait. Okay, finally. It's so fantastic. The output. So in this filtering output for lion, fan, snake, and bamboo for parrot. So this is the select and highlight mammals among animals, and then tail plants among vegetation. So in this tutorial, I am fully understanding in this filtering code. So as we warm up our journey through the element for jungle, so remember that jQuery filtering is your trusty guide. So may your coding adventure be filled with successful navigations through the vast world of HTML elements. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. I am discuss the new and most important tutorial, the topic of jQuery Ajax for unlocking asynchronous power. So we are delving into the realm of asynchronous magic. So join me as we unravel the power of jQuery Ajax. So welcome to a journey of shameless server connection. So I'm justly note down is simply understanding the Ajax. So I'm discuss is the what is Ajax. So Ajax is means asynchronous JavaScript and XML, and I'm shortly discuss the Ajax is about for leading data into the background and display it on the web page without reloading the whole page. Suppose example for Ajax is Gmail, Google Maps, YouTube and Facebook tabs. So now I'm discuss the what about jQuery and Ajax. So jQuery provides for several methods for Ajax functionality. So with this jQuery Ajax methods, for you can request text, HTML, XML, or JSON from a remote server using both HTTP GET and HTTP POST, and you can lead the external data directly so into the selected HTML elements of your web page. So I am create the first HTML.index file. So now I'm setting the stage. So create for the asynchronous marvel in this title. So let's say I'm created the main coding. So first I'm create is div. Okay. And then closing for it's created for div class is the container. And then create for is the heading for h1. Okay, the heading is the superhero superhero is info. Okay, then introduction. And now I'm create for another div is first I'm create is div. Okay, and then closing for it's the div class is for, sorry, it's not class, it's id. Okay, it's id for the hero and then info. Okay, and then I'm create for the button. Okay, and closing for the button is id for, okay, it's id is for load hero, load and load here. Okay, and then create for the message is then load and superhero. It's a button. So now complete the HTML code, and now I am created, and here we are stage to the Ajax performance, a button to trigger an action and space to showcase the superhero information. So let's create the style.css in this button and superhero method and code. So now first I'm create the class is container, it's dot container, and then create is the curly braces for is text align is for center, and then create for the color is, so it's color for, okay, and now I'm create for the id is hashtag for is hero. Okay, and then create for is info. Okay, and then curly braces, and then create for is the margin is 20 pixel, and then create for is padding. Okay, padding is 20 pixel, and now I'm create for the background color. Okay, background color is for is hashtag, and create for is 3498 dp. Okay, and then create for the border is 2 pixel solid is okay, and complete the style.css code and save this code. And now I am create the main program for jQuery is Ajax. So let's create div into the jQuery Ajax. So in this code I am first analyzing the Ajax power. So jQuery Ajax now created, so first time created the asynchronous Marvel. So let's create, first time create is the, its create is dollar sign, and then create for is document and dot ready method, and then create is the function. Okay, and then can create parentheses and then curly braces. And now I'm create the button click event. So let's create, so first time create is hashtag, and then create for is, okay, and create is the button is load for hero, and then create for is dot on, method is single quotations for click, okay, and then create for is function, okay, and then parenthesis, then curly braces. And now I'm create the Ajax request. So first time create is dollar sign and create for dot is Ajax, okay, and then parenthesis and then curly braces. So and now I am create for then URL, any one URL, and just I am create for the is JSON placeholder URL. So then create for is okay, and clone for is JSON holder, JSON placeholder, place is holder, okay, and then it's for and then create for dot and come and then create for is to doc, okay, and then for slash is 1, okay. It's the example for API endpoint, so then comma, and now I am create for the method is method for clone is the get method, okay, and then create the success method, success for clone is the function, okay, and then function is for data, and then create for the curly braces. So now I create the display superhero information. So create is dollar sign and create for is single quotations and hashtag, and create for is hero and info, okay, and then create for dot html file connect html, and then create is this file. So now I'm create is the h2 tag and create the dollar sign and create is the curly braces for data dot title, okay, and then for closing for h2 tag, and now I am create for the p tag is the p tag is for id and then clone and its id for the data and dot id, okay, and then closing the p tag, and now I am again create the p tag. So just create is the completed and clone, then create for the dollar sign and then parent curly braces for is data dot completed and then question marks, and then create for is the yes, and then clone for then it's no, okay, and then closing the p tag, okay, and in this line this complete and semicolon, and this line for create is the error method. Then clone for is the function. Okay. And then parentheses, then curly braces is the I'm now create the handle is just create for functions, and it's not okay. Inside is parentheses, and then create the handle error. So first time create the $sign, and then create the hashtag for the hero and info. Okay. And now I'm create for .html file connected, and then create the single quotations for paragraph tag. Okay. Paragraph tag is the field to load for superhero. Okay. And another create the please try again. Please try again. Okay. And then closing the paragraph tag. And last one, then semicolon. And now create the in this code for semicolon and semicolon, last one is semicolon. So finally complete the jQuery Ajax and save this code. Okay. And in this go save and HTML code for again save. So let me run this code. Okay. Finally printed the super info and click the load superhero. So we click a button for jQuery Ajax makes a call to an API endpoint. Okay. It's called for API endpoint, and so bring back superhero information. So the success callback uploads our display, and in case of an error we gracefully handle. So I'm again this click for load superhero. Okay. So thank you for watching as we conclude our journey into the world of jQuery Ajax. Remember, an asynchronous doesn't have to be complicated, and jQuery is here to simplify and enhance your server communication. So happy coding, and may your request always return successfully response. So again, thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello fellow developers, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are diving into a jQuery features that simplifies content injections. So the Ajax load method, it's like a magic wand for dynamically loading content. So let's get started. So finally, I'm first of all set up the HTML code. So let's create, and in this code title for the jQuery Ajax load method. So now I am create the div. Okay. And div closing for create the div class is the container, and then create the heading tag. So create for h1 tag, and the heading is the heads dynamic content and injection. Okay. And now I am create for the another div. Okay. And closing for the div id is then content and container. Okay, and then create the button is okay, and then button for closing and its button id the load content. Okay, and in this message is the load and content, it's dynamic content. Okay, copy and in this line for paste. So complete the HTML code, and in this HTML code our stage is set a button to trigger the magic and the container to hold the dynamic content. So let's unravel the style.css and jQuery.ajax load method. So now I am create the style.css method. So I'm previous video title created the body section, and now I'm create the container and then curly braces, and then create is the text align is center. Okay, and then create the color is the horizontal color is in this. So now I'm create the id for div. So id is the content the container and then curly braces, and then create for the margin is 20 pixel, and then create for is padding for 20 pixel, and then create is the background color for the horizontal color is for 2e. Okay, and double C and 7-1. Okay, and now I'm create the border. Border is the 2 pixel. It's solid, and solid for the color is okay, and complete the style.css code, and now I'm create the load method for Ajax. So let's create, and first time create the basic syntax, the load method. So first I am create is the document is hashtag and its document. Okay, and then create for dot ready method, and then create is function, and then parenthesis, and then curly braces. Okay, it's a Ajax load method magic, and now I'm create the button click event. So create is dollar sign, and then create is this, and create for load is content. Okay, and then click for dot on click. Okay, and then create for the function, and then parenthesis and curly braces. And now I am using the load method to inject content. So create is dollar sign again, and in this, so create for the content and container. Okay, and then create for the load and create the dynamic. Okay, dynamic, it's content, okay, content.html file, and then create the function. Okay, function is the response and then create the status and then create for is XSR. Okay, and then create the curly braces. Okay, and now I'm create the if statement. Okay, if for status and it's the equal and the error. Okay, and again the curly braces and create the handle error, so dollar sign, and create the container and then create for dot is html. Okay, and let's create the p tag. Okay, p tag is the fail to load dynamic content or otherwise. Please try again. Please try is again. Okay, and then closing the p tag. Okay, and now I am complete the code and just is semicolon and this line is semicolon. So save this code. So in this code now style.css code is saved and HTML code for again save. So let me run this code. Okay. Okay. As you can see, the result is the dynamic content. So with a single line code, the load method fetches content from dynamic content for HTML and inject it into our container, and we even handle error gracefully. Okay, this is the error gracefully. So in this tutorial, and there you have it, the jQuery load method, your ticket to streamline content injection. So it's simplicity at its best. So go ahead and inject some magic into your project. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. For we are going to dive into the dynamic view of Ajax, the get and post methods in jQuery. So buckle up for a ride into asynchronous powers. So let's get started. So first of all, I am create and set up the HTML and CSS emblems. So first I'm create the HTML. So let's create it. Okay, first I am, and in this tutorial first I am declare the title of jQuery Ajax methods, and now I am create the div. Okay, and div class is container. Okay, container, and then create the heading for each one. This heading is Ajax for get and then post method. Okay, post methods. Then I am create for the another div is then div for id is id for the get result. And now I am again create, so in this line copy and just paste. Okay, this is for the post result. Okay, and it's for, so complete the simply index.html file. And now I'm create the style.css. So I am also and again created for previous tutorial in this body, and I am use this same as body tag. And so now I am create for the style.css. So first I'm create the first div container class container, and then curly braces, and then create is for text align is center, and then create for the color. Okay, its color for is hash. Okay, in this color. And now I am create for the padding is for 20 pixel, and then I'm create the border. Okay, border is for 2 pixel, and solid is this color is in this color. Okay, and now I'm create for the id for first I'm create for get result and then create for the hashtag is for then post its result and curly braces, and then create for the margin. Okay, margin is 20 pixel, and its padding for 20 pixel, and then create for the background color. Its background color for is hashtag and 2, then C3C. It's not C, it's E for 50. Okay, and then create for the border is border for 2 pixel, and then solid it's in this color. Okay, complete the style.css code, and in this code for define HTML and CSS code, our stage is set a select container for our result. So now let's harness the power of Ajax method. So let's create it. So now I'm creating the getting the data for jQuery get method. So let's create it. So first time create is the $sign, and then create for is parenthesis, and then create for is document, and then create for dot ready and function and parenthesis, then curly braces. Okay, it's the Ajax get method, and now I am the triggering on page load. So then create is $sign for dot is get method. Okay, and get method for is single quotations for is suppose is sample dot text. Okay, and then create for is function it's for data. Okay, and then curly braces is the, now I am created the displaying result. So create is hashtag, and then create for a single quotations, and hashtag for is get result. Get result. And now create dot html and create the p tag. It's result from get method. Okay, and then closing the p tag, and now I am create for the plus sign is data, and then plus for the it's create, then starting p tag. Okay, and last then create for the closing p tag. It's not okay in this. So for closing p tag. Okay, and last one then semicolon, and complete the get method. Okay, and now I'm create the ajax post method. So let's create it, and triggering on button click. So create the hash, its dollar sign, and then create for the hashtag, and create the post is result. Okay, and then create for dot html, and then parenthesis, and single quotations for p tag is for loading. Okay, and then closing for p tag. So it's the placeholder while waiting, then post result. So last one then semicolon, and now I am create for the dollar sign and create for post method. Okay, and then create is again for sample.text. Okay, and it's same as, but it's different. So it's not text for, I'm suppose created the, okay, php, and then I am create the, it's create for curly braces, and it's create the name. Okay, name, and then clone for the Johan is Johan. Okay, and for his age is for 30, and then create the function. Okay, function for parenthesis is data, and then create the curly braces. Okay, and now I'm displaying the result is, so let's create for again is dollar sign, and then create for the hashtag, and create is the post result, and for call is dot html link up, and then create again for p tag. Okay, and then create is the result from post. Okay, and then clone and then close for p tag and again for start p tag. Okay, and now I'm create is plus sign for data, it's again for plus and create for the closing p tag. Okay, and last one then semicolon. So complete the get and post method for Ajax. Okay, and save this code. In this code for again save and index.html code is saved. So let me run this code. Okay, as you can see the result is printed. So this is the Ajax get and post method. So the get methods fetch the data from sample.txt and the post method sends data to sample.php. So let's see them in action. So this is the Ajax get and post method. So in this tutorial, there you have it, the jQuery get and post methods for opening doors to Shameless Data Exchange. So whether fetching or sending, so jQuery got you covered. Now go wield the power of Ajax in your project. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are delving into the harmonious world of non-conflict method in jQuery. So it's all about achieving peaceful existence with other libraries. So let's get started. So I am create the another Ajax library from the Google. So let's try it. So now I am create the basic and HTML setting the stage with HTML. So in this tutorial the title for is jQuery non-conflict method. So let's create it the conflict method. So first time created the div, okay, and it's div and then closing for the div class is, okay, class is container, its container, okay. So now I'm create the in this div class inside for heading is the heading is one created. So then closing, so in this heading for the jQuery for jQuery it's hello world, okay, and then again create for div, so it's div, then closing for in this div id for is jQuery result is jQuery and our result is, okay, and then create for the another div, it's div and closing, then in this div for id is the prototype result for prototype, okay, prototype result, okay, and save this code and complete the HTML code. And now I am create for the CSS code. So our canvas is ready, blending for both jQuery and another library. It's the another library, and but how can they conflict without stepping on each other twice? So now create for non-conflict method. So let's create the style.css. So first time created the, it's the container. So dot container Okay, and then curly braces, then create for the is text align is the center. Okay, and now create for the color is the its color for brown. Okay, it's not brown, it's I'm just create for horizontal color is okay in this color. So now I'm create for the padding is, so padding for is 20 pixel, and then create for the its border for 2 pixel solid and in this color. Okay, and now I'm create the div id. So first time create the first id is hashtag for jQuery result. Okay, and then create the hashtag for prototype result. Result is then create for is margin is 20 pixel, and then create for the padding is 20 pixel, and then create for the background color is for hash, and create for is 298 for 0b9. Okay, in this color. So now I am create for the border is okay, border for 2 pixel is solid and this color. So complete the style.css code, and now I am create for the harmony achieved for jQuery non-conflict method. So let's create it. So first I'm created the and using for non-conflict method to release control of the dollar variable. So let's create. So first time create for var. Okay, and then create for is j for is equal is the jQuery. So jQuery, it's not, it's j. Okay, jQuery dot no conflict method. Okay, no conflict method for dollar sign, and then create for the ready to use j instead of the dollar sign for jQuery. So let's create for j. Okay, and then create for the document its document, then create for dot ready and for its function. Okay, and then create the parentheses, and then create for curly braces. And now I'm create for the jQuery in harmony. So let's create for j. Okay, and then create for the curly braces, parentheses, single quotations and dollar sign. So create for is jQuery for result. Okay, and then create for dot html, and create for the single quotations is for p tag, and then create for is the jQuery is jQuery is in control, it's control, and then closing the p tag. Okay, and then semicolon. And now I am create the prototype doing its thing. So let's create again, and now create for dollar sign dollar variable, and then create for single quotations for the prototype for prototype result, and then create for dot inner html, okay, and then create for is equal, and then create for the p tag, okay, and in this the prototype is also working, okay, prototype is it's also working, and then create for in this, then create the closing for p tag, okay, and then last one then semicolon. So complete the jQuery no conflict method. So in this method with no conflict method, we gracefully hand over control of the dollar variable to another library. So now let's run this code. So okay, and run this code. So okay, let me run this code. Okay, as you can see, the result is printed. So now let's witness for jQuery and prototype peacefully coexisting. This is the result. Okay, so in this tutorial for it's not okay, then so in this tutorial I am created the no conflict method for sweet sound of harmony and no conflict in jQuery in your melody for peaceful integration. So take it, use it, and let the libraries sing together in your project. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are coding wizards today. We are unraveling the magic of jQuery filters. So prepare to be amazed as we explore the mystical world of filtering elements. So let's get started. The enhancement begin. So first I'm created the crafting the spoil for HTML setup. So now I am created the HTML for in this code for the title is the mastering jQuery filterings, and I am just uses the container for the magic is just used for fruits list. So in this code for behold our canvas, adder not with a mystical list of fruits. So let's create it, and but what wait there's move our button will summon the jQuery filter. So let's see how I am create. So first I'm create the div, okay, it's div, then closing the div, and it's div class for class is the container, and then the headline for heading is h1, okay, and then closing the heading is the filtering for jQuery magic, okay, and Now I am create the unordered list. Okay. Then closing and unordered list class for class is the list. Okay. And then I'm create the list first list. Okay. The list is for apple. Okay. And in this line for copy and then paste. Okay. And I'm just change it. Then second fruits is the orange, and then the third is for the banana, and then fourth fruits for is the cherry, and then fifth for is strawberry. Okay. Strawberry, and then last one then create for the it's blueberry. Okay. Then complete the unordered list, and now I'm create for the button. Okay. It's button. For closing, the button ID is then ID for the filter for fruits. Okay. And then the message is the filter fruits. Okay. Then complete the HTML code. So save this code, and in this code, so now I am create the in this tutorial. The second step is the style.css. So I am also created the previous video, the body section. So the same as in this tutorial. So now I am created the container. So container, then curly braces, and create for is the text align for center, and it's for the color is white, and then create for is padding. Okay. Padding is 20 pixel, and then create for is the border for 2 pixel solid, and in this white color this background. Then now I'm create the list. Okay. So next create for the list and curly braces, and then create for is the list style for none. Okay. And then create for its padding for 0, and now I'm create for the list again list for list, then curly braces, and create for its the margin for 10 pixel, and its padding for 10 pixel. Okay. And then create for the background color. Okay. Background color for horizontally color use, then hash e for 74C3C. Okay. And now I am create for the in this color is for white. Okay. And then border for none. Okay. and then cursor for pointer, its cursor for its pointer. So complete the code. Okay, and now I create the most important topic for the jQuery filter coding. So let's create the jQuery filter. So now I'm create the analyzing the magic for jQuery filter in actions. So let's create the first play syntax is, so let's create first is dollar variable and then create for is document. Okay, and then create for dot ready method for its function. Okay, and then create for parentheses and then create is curly braces. So now I'm create the fruits click functions. So again create for dollar sign and then create for single quotations and hashtag for the filter fruits. Okay, and then click for dot on click method. Okay, on and click and then create for its function. Okay, and then parentheses and then again curly braces. And now I'm create the filter out fruits starting with D. So let's create for hashtag and then create for is single quotations for list for li and then create for dot filter method. Okay, and filter for then single quotations and then clone for use the contents for its single quotations and use for the parenthesis for double quotations is the word is b. Okay, the word is b and then create for is dot css for color. Okay, and then create the in this color for its single quotations is hashtag is E467 and E22. Okay, and then semicolon. And now I'm create for the hide fruits but not contain the berry. So now again create the halves dollar variable. Okay, and then single quotations for dot its list, then again list and clone for the not and then is for. Okay, and then single quotation is parenthesis, then use for the clone and use for the contents. Okay, contents and again parenthesis and then create the its double quotations for its berry. Okay, and then create for the its fade out method. Okay, dot for fade out its fade out for 1000 millisecond. Okay, and last one then semicolon. So complete the hide fruits for not containing berry. Okay, and then semicolon. So in this code for complete and the magic for begins. Okay, save this code and let me run this code. Okay, As you can see, the result is printed. Let's the magic for filtering jQuery. So with a flick of the wand, we filter fruits starting with B and gracefully fade out this, locking the enhancing berry entrance. So let's the magic for unfold. So this is the fantastic output for the filtering jQuery magic. The list for apple, orange, banana, cherry, strawberry and blueberry. It's the then filter fruits and remove this and blueberry. Okay. Then again refresh and then create for filter fruits and see this result. Okay. It's completely working. So in this tutorial, I'm create the filtering magic for jQuery and there you have it, the wizard of jQuery filters for transform your elements. So filter them with fineness and let your code dazzle. So until next time, so thank you for watching and practice is more tutorial and coding. So thank you for watching and happy coding.